relation to the WTO and any multilateral organisation which serves our own interest to do so as well.
Berkeley.
What was missing from the Secretary of State's statement, and indeed his reply to both opposition front benches, is the government's estimate of the cost of these tariffs, particularly in the context of the Chancellor's fiscal headroom. Could he now update the House on that specifically?
For his question, he will know as a former Treasury Minister the kind of work that goes on to make sure those assessments are made. The announcement was made late last night. We had the chance to respond yesterday evening and this morning to it. He will also appreciate that the impact on the UK is not just about the direct relationship between the US and the UK, but what happens in the wider global trading system. How other countries choose to react to the announcements in the US will be the determining factor for the impact upon the UK, and we will not know that at this stage. But I promise him I will keep the House updated, and him personally if he wishes, at any stage as to our work to assess what the impact will be on the UK. But also that I believe for all members of Parliament this should be a time for reassurance, for calm heads, for clear information to British businesses as to how we will navigate these difficult times. I think that is the correct message to be sending out from Parliament.
Della Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I suspect that the opposition front bench, if they're still trying to propagate the arguments of 2016, are a bit drunk on chlorinated chicken. We need to get real. Celebrating a tariff of 10% rather than 20% is like celebrating when you got mugged, they only took your wallet and not your watch as well. That's why the British public deserve better. That's why I'm grateful that the Secretary of State is talking about our relationship with Europe, because who knows what President Trump will bring next week. We do 5 times more business with the European Union than we do with America. It is in our interest to have a close and stable trading relationship with Europe, but right now that is up for grabs too. So could the Secretary of State just set out for us what this now means for his negotiations on the European reset and the summit in May?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question. I would just be clear again, no one is celebrating the position we find ourselves in as a country this morning. No one is celebrating that. We recognise the differential that the UK finds itself in, but all of us, I believe all of us on all sides of the House, are disappointed by the announcements from the United States and are seeking to provide a way through that. I reiterate to her, I know she feels very strongly about this, this is not a choice between the US and the EU. It doesn't have to be. These are two key and long-term and important trading partners, and actually security and defence partners as well. The EU summit that she mentions next month is a key event. Our aspirations for an ambitious EU reset on a trade basis to rectify some of the flaws in the agreement agreed under the previous government remain. Our objectives there are clear, and they were all in the manifesto that we on this side of the House stood on and won the election. So that remains a key priority, and again I share with her the alignment between the EU reset and this negotiation very strong within government.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Business Secretary delayed and dithered for 5 months before meeting his US counterparts. And that dereliction of duty, his refusal to meet earlier, is a price that working people and businesses in the UK are now paying. So does he regret his refusal to meet his US counterparts earlier?
The Honourable Lady is incorrect, and I've got to ask her to take a bit more of a serious tone with the questions that she brings to Bob. This is really serious stuff. I've met my counterparts on many, many occasions. We were in contact even before some of the formal procedures on the US side that they were confirmed. So it wasn't technically even in any way possible to be in touch with them sooner. Their engagement has been consistent and serious. The Honourable Lady is incorrect, and please approach these very important proceedings with a little bit more seriousness.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The impact of the US tariffs has very serious implications for UK industry. It's a reminder of the importance of the industrial strategy and of support from government, including for domestic steelmaking capability, something the party opposite, sadly, over 14 years, very badly neglected. So can my right honourable friend confirm that he is fully committed to the plan for steel and the importance of our sovereign steel-making capacity?
Grateful to my honourable friend for his question and the work he and I did together over many years in opposition in this area. He knows the commitment of this government and this side of the House to the steel industry. It is Of all the issues of industrial neglect, we were bequeathed some of the harder issues to resolve. There is no doubt about that. Whether it is the future of British Steel at Scunthorpe and Teesside, or our aspirations under the steel strategy for new investments, new technology in terms of that sovereign capability. He knows the ambition on this side of the House is very strong. The issues are difficult, particularly difficult, I should say, this week, and I know all the workers at Scunthorpe are particularly concerned about that. But the commitment and the work of this government to the steel sector will go on.
Alex Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can the Minister offer us any guarantee that the Government will not enter into a trade deal with America that will allow for the importation and sale in this country of food products that are produced to a lower environmental and animal welfare standard than those that we demand of United Kingdom farmers?
I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question. He knows I won't go into the detail of any negotiation, but as I said to the opposition front bench, he knows our commitment, our manifesto commitment to our SPS regime, and that is a very important commitment on this side of the House, affecting all of our trade negotiations, not just this one.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by welcoming the Secretary of State's statement this morning. The Port of Felixstowe is the UK's busiest container shipping port in the UK. Though we import more than we export, we are also the 9th largest exporter in the UK, and the USA market is important for our local and national trading market. Last night's news will likely have a significant impact on the global trading markets, and it's not an exaggeration to say it could potentially change the global trading consensus of the last 80 years. Just as President Trump is acting in what he believes is his national interest, can the Secretary of State reassure me and my constituents in Felixstowe and across my constituency of Suffolk Coastal that the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister will act firmly in our national interest and do whatever is necessary to protect British jobs, British trade and industry and British consumers?
Well, she is right to talk about the significance of the decision and announcements last night, the historical scale of that, and particularly for her constituents and economic infrastructure so vital to the country, what that means to process the scale of some of those changes. But yes, I can assure her, whether it is myself as the Secretary of State, that the Prime Minister, all members of the Cabinet, who in the decisions we've had to make at pace in order to get us to the position to put our own national interest forward in a way that's allowed us to progress some of these negotiations and keep open opportunities for the future. I can tell her we'll be doing that at all times.
Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For all the carefully choreographed bonhomie in the Oval Office last November, the Prime Minister has failed to subsequently secure a US military backstop for his coalition, and now, despite Number 10 briefing out a narrative about productive discussions at the weekend, the Prime Minister admitted to business leaders earlier that clearly there will be an economic impact from the decisions the US has taken. On Times Radio this morning, the Business Secretary said he would roll up his sleeves to try to remove the impact on businesses entirely. That's a bold claim to make, given the circumstances. So the impact the Chancellor's budget is already having. What timeframe does he envisage an economic deal with the US, and what is he doing until the 1st of May whilst waiting for the views of UK shareholders?
Well, I thank him for his question. He will have heard this morning, myself on the media and here in Parliament, being very clear about how we feel about these decisions, which are that we are deeply disappointed that no country has been able to secure an exemption from them, but we remain committed to the kind of work we've been working very hard on to deliver the opportunities, deliver the potential as a way to do this. And he asks specific questions about how we will respond to this. Well, the content of my statement, respectfully, in terms of how we will ask British businesses to begin to work with us on the formal steps necessary in order to do that. And on the time frame, I shadowed a lot of business secretaries, Conservative business secretaries, over the last few years. There was a fairly rapid turnover at one point, and some of them gave all kinds of timeframes and commitments on trade deals. That's not in our interests because, of course, it puts pressure on you in your negotiations. A lot of this will be held on the US side in terms of the timescales they want to engage upon. But I can tell them there's no country in the world further advanced in the talks that they're having with the United States, and there is hope and optimism that comes from that.
Chi Anwara, who will be followed by Steve Darling. Chi Anwara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The US is our closest ally, the world's largest economy, as well as being the UK's greatest source of foreign direct investment. So I welcome my right honourable friend's calm and pragmatic approach, as well as his determination not to abandon British workers' rights in the face of these tariffs, as urged by the Conservatives, but rather to focus on the trade talks. And on those talks, could he confirm whether the Online Safety Act, the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act, and/or the digital sales tax are part of those talks? And could you also say a little bit more about his counter-argument to the Trump administration's view that VAT and the DST represent tariffs rather than tax?
I thank her for her question. She reminds me I didn't get a chance to respond to the opposition front bench, but I feel if we came to Parliament today following these announcements in the United States and said, do you know what the answer to this is, that low-paid people aren't going to get the sick pay they're otherwise going to get under this Labour government, I think that would be the wrong response to the kind of announcements that we have seen. And again, as ever, it would be scapegoating the wrong people for difficult things that have nothing to do with their own position in the UK economy. My honourable friend asks a number of questions very skillfully in terms of how many she leveraged into that question. Look, there are real differences of opinion between ourselves and the United States on something like VAT. We would say that it applies, and it does apply, to domestically produced goods as much as goods that come into the UK, and that is not trade distorting, and indeed the relationship, the balance of trade between the US and the UK is evidence of that. The argument from the US is slightly different. I will not go into the content of all of the negotiations, and she will appreciate that. But success in any negotiation is recognising the other side's argument, putting your own forward, but being willing to get round a table and do that. And that is the approach of this government. That is the way forward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we must stand up to this bully that is Trump and support British business. This morning, I reached out to a manufacturer in Torbay, Gooch and Housego, who manufacture high fibre optics that help facilitate international communications. They have interests in manufacturing in the US, the UK, Europe and Thailand. It is now an extremely complex world that they have to navigate, and other players in the high-tech sector. How does the Minister plan to help the high-tech sector navigate this challenging world we now live in?
Well, I thank him for his question. I would say our job is to defend the UK national interest, and the kind of company that he has described in his constituency in Torbay, which sounds like a fantastic company, again an example of why I want businesses based in the UK, because they can then access a whole range of markets from the best possible position. It is exactly the kind of company that will have, because of those complex supply chains, questions about what this means for them. And the decision to launch bespoke information on great.gov.uk today to coincide with this announcement is precisely our attempt to provide them with the assurance that they need. I'd also say a business like that can genuinely help us through this difficult period, because whatever colleagues, members think of the President and his agenda, it is based on returning a certain type of good quality manufacturing job to the United States. And actually, British firms and British business in many cases already provide those, and they will provide more if we find our way through these trade tensions and the imposition of tariffs, so they can work with us on the solution to these problems. I'm grateful to him for putting that company forward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really pleased to hear the Secretary of State's commitment to steel. Stocksbridge Speciality Steels in my constituency is a strategically significant site with world-class unique capability for creating specialist parts, which will be essential in increasing our defence capacity and net zero infrastructure. Last week, I held a community listening event on the government's excellent steel strategy. The message was clear: let's ensure British-made steel is best. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that today's news further demonstrates why it is so important that this government is committed to a £2.5 billion plan for steel?
I'm grateful to her and for her advocacy for steel as well, which I greatly appreciate. She puts the case extremely well, which is the kind of products that we're making in the UK in the steel sector, and which in the main, where we export them to the US, are niche, they're high value, they're in critical sectors like defence and the manufacturing supply chain. They're complementary to the US. It's a good case of why I believe there are no argument for the imposition of tariffs in this sector, because our steel sector is complementary to the US, whether that's in defence or the manufacturing supply chain. So that's the basis upon which I think we could find a way through this. And she's right to say the level of domestic support has increased considerably through the steel strategy and the £2.5 billion, £3 billion in total, including Port Talbot, that we put forward as this government. It's very, very important to us that we deal and support the foundation industries. The steel strategy is a clear example of that.
The steel constituency, Matt Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dealing with the erratic Trump administration must be something of a nightmare for negotiations. But the unexpected can always emerge from the White House. But the one certainty has been that tariffs were going to form a part of the Trump agenda. And it's somewhat surprising that the Minister is only today launching a consultation about the implications of retaliatory measures. But building on the previous questions about steel, would you at least acknowledge that the current uncertainty in the whole of the world markets does at least increase the pressure on the government to actually acknowledge that further support is going to be needed for that industry?
I'm grateful to him for his comments, and he knows I've always got time for him to discuss the particularly challenging constituency issues he faces through the position at British Steel. Just to be clear, the announcement today is the formal step necessary to engage with British business about the announcements last night. That is an important stage that we need to take and the right way forward, and we've been prepared for this stage. In relation to the other challenges around the steel industry, look, this is a particularly challenging situation. He knows this better than anyone, as well as my honourable friend for Scunthorpe. And our commitment to doing this, even in difficult circumstances, is absolute. We will continue that, and I'll continue to keep him and his constituents updated at all times.
Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of us may remember a time when Boris Johnson and many of those on the benches opposite claimed that a trade deal with Donald Trump could increase our trade with the US up to 5 times. It was clearly more difficult than they thought, but it is important to learn from failure. And I wondered if they had been in a position to be able to pass on any pearls of wisdom or any advice, or maybe even an oven-ready deal that might be able to help the country at this time of difficulties.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I would say I've been in touch with a lot of people who have been this country's business secretary, including some Conservative colleagues who remain in touch, and I find that at times to be very useful, very worthwhile thing. I can't tell her I'm in touch with Boris Johnson on this or any other matter. I'd also say, in terms of the work of the previous government, that there wasn't anything substantive negotiated in terms of the trade talks that they'd had with the US. So this is a very different situation, but one where I do think, if we get it right, there are gains, as I say, not just to avoid what was announced last night and before that in relation to steel and aluminium and automotive tariffs, but actually to genuinely improve that trading relationship to mutual benefits on both sides.
Desmond Swain.
Tariffs are always and everywhere a diminution of the choice available to consumers. So it isn't Liberation Day, it's the very antithesis. And I hope he will bear that in mind as he considers the policy and the consultation on any retaliatory action.
I'm grateful to him for how he has put that. I think he is right in terms of where the burdens fall of policy in that area. It is not in anyone's interest. No one wins a trade war. That's impossible to be able to do, but it does require us to react in a way which is calm, which is reassuring, which is pragmatic, and seeks a way forward. And I can tell them that is exactly what this government will be seeking to do.
Andrew Cooper.
Can I thank the Secretary of State and his colleagues for all he's done so far in negotiating an economic partnership deal with the US. The automotive sector is an incredibly important one for Cheshire and Merseyside, both in terms of manufacturers like Bentley, Vauxhall and Jaguar Land Rover, and the wider supply chain, which supports employment of tens of thousands. The US is the biggest export market for Bentley Motors and Crewe, so they're likely to be at the sharp end of these tariffs. We all hope that his calm-headed approach has meant that we're in the best position to secure a deal. But what specific support does he have in mind for the automotive sector to help them weather this storm?
Extremely grateful to him for that question, and he's right to highlight I'm tremendously proud of our automotive sector. He may know I come myself from one of our powerhouses of the automotive sector, Sunderland, and the Nissan plant where I grew up. And so it's incredibly important to lots of communities, supply chain all around the UK, but particularly to our exports, and the US is a key market for that, particularly for the high-value models, some of which he mentioned, which are, again, incredibly valuable to this country, and we would want and seek to maintain that success. The kind of support that we need, well, first of all, it's dealing with this issue, and second of all, things like the announcement in the budget of the £2 billion for collaboration with the private sector, in the automotive field, the money incentives for electric vehicle infrastructure, and of course the changes we're consulting on and about to publish a response to on the wider ZEV mandate, where we do need a more pragmatic response than we've seen in the past.
Despite the UK having a trade deficit with the UK, and despite the best efforts of this government, including the Secretary of State, for whom I have a great deal of personal respect, the reality is that we have still been hit by significant tariffs from the States. And for people at home right now, they'll be worried about jobs, they'll be worried about inflation, and they'll be worried about the global headwinds which are undoubtedly going to hit us, irrespective of our own tariff situation. One industry in particular back home in Scotland who will be watching on with eager eyes right now is the Scotch whisky industry, given the £1 billion worth of exports which go to the United States. Now, I don't want the Secretary of State to try and control, nor could he, Trump's tariffs policy, but what he can do is control his own domestic taxation regime. So will he take this opportunity to re-engage with the Chancellor in and around the Scotch whisky taxation status?
I'm grateful to him for that question, and he knows that the value that we place as a department on the incredible product, which is Scotch whisky. We have a particular set of policy initiatives based on geographic indicators to make sure the brand is protected, and always doing everything I can to support Scotch whisky, which is, I think, just something that is absolutely world-class and always will be. He is right to say our success, joint success in Scotch whisky, produces a prominence which sometimes makes it vulnerable to retaliatory measures because of the recognition that exists about the success in that field. On domestic policy, I remain in close contact with the Chancellor on all matters, and will do on this one. I would also say there are tremendous opportunities for Scotch whisky from some of the other trade negotiations that we're having. India in particular, which is the biggest whisky market in the world, as he will know, where I think there could be real steps forward in terms of our market access and the arrangements that we have that will give us an advantage over other countries, and that is also a prominent part of our work.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. War does not benefit anyone, and a trade war between the UK and its closest ally will not benefit our industry nor our people, and will stifle our ability to grow our way out of 14 years of Conservative mess. For this reason, I thank the Minister for his pragmatic and cool-headed approach. But these measures also threaten our ability to prevent military conflict here on the continent of Europe. And I ask him to detail what action he is taking to ensure that our air and space industry can work with our European partners in order to implement the defence industrial strategy, which is central to ensuring peace here in Europe.
Thank him for that question. He is absolutely right in his assessment of the burdens and the benefits of solving the kind of challenge that we have been faced with from the announcements yesterday evening. He will know that the defence sector is one of the 8 priority sectors of our industrial strategy. There's a whole range of work across areas like air and space that we are engaged in with our colleagues around the MOD. We also, of course, have had that significant increase in defence spending, which is a crucial part of how we respond to these threats. And the US will always be a crucial security ally for us, and our shared interests, whether they're economic, whether they're in the defence and security space, are enduring. And that should be we always bear in mind when we're trying to find a way through this.
Sir Christopher Chope. Yes, Christopher, yes. Sir Christopher Chope, yes.
Sorry? Yes. Sorry. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say to the Secretary of State that I very much support his concerns about the automotive industry in this country. Will he therefore take action immediately to remove the arbitrary restrictions upon the ability of our own domestic motor manufacturers to produce and sell vehicles with internal combustion engines? Because that policy of the government has already reduced by 1/3 the domestic production of vehicles in this country between February last year and February this year. And also, why doesn't he lead by example now and remove all tariffs on US vehicles?
Thank him for his words about the automotive sector. In terms of the ZEV mandate, is what he's referencing. That's a policy of the previous government, to be clear. We have inherited that policy. The consultation we have opened with our colleagues in DESNES and the Department for Transport is to look at that in the context of a fall across all European markets in automotive production and demand, and this incredible entry onto the world economy of increased Chinese production, which is a challenge for all of us. He will also know that our automotive sector is very much an export-led sector. We export 80% of what we make, and all of our key markets have the kind of transition policies in place towards electric vehicles. So if we didn't make that transition, we wouldn't have a product to sell in those key markets. So we have to work with industry to do it, but we have to recognise what we did inherit with respect from the Conservative Party wasn't something I thought was working, and that is why we've opened the consultation and will publish a response to that very soon.
Dean Sullivan.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and the effort of him and his team thus far, and also welcome the fact that there will be engagement with businesses on the potential for retaliatory action. I think that input is vital. Whilst the UK has a low rate of reciprocal tariff, it will be a cold comfort to many businesses in my constituency of Bathgate and Lithgow, and indeed for those in the whisky and salmon industries that employ thousands of people across Scotland. Can the Secretary of State assure the business community that he will work at pace with his team to secure a sustainable trade deal with lower tariffs and bring the much needed certainty to businesses and households across this country? Excellent question.
Well, I thank her for her support and the fact that we are taking steps to make sure all options are on the table in terms of the action we may need to take in future. I do think that is important. It is inevitable when an announcement of this magnitude has occurred that businesses will be concerned, and I understand that will be what her constituents are telling her this morning. I absolutely can assure her of the approach I've laid out today will be something we continue to work at pace towards, and I believe our tone, our assurances that we can give, and the fact we're approaching this with the calm-headed pragmatism I think is vital, will be part of how we can reassure businesses, and of course the work that we can do to get to that position that she articulates, a better set of terms of trade with the US is the objective of the government.
Maria Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Business Secretary said in his statement, "True strength comes in making the right choices at the right time." So could I ask him to assure parents, carers and young people up and down this country that he will show true strength with Donald Trump and his sidekick Elon Musk and make the right choice by refusing point blank to trade away our children's safety online in watering down in any way, shape or form the implementation of the Online Safety Act?
I'd say to her, I do believe strength is making the right choices at the right time in our national interest. I can tell her the talks I've had with my US counterparts are not with respect to do with what she has articulated. They're to do with goods, they're to do with services, they're to do with the regulation of professional bodies and all the things we would associate with normal trade talks around that. I would also say the United States is not seeking to make our children unsafe. It's not seeking to make our children more vulnerable. And I don't think that's the right approach to take to our key and core ally. I think sometimes the Liberal Democrats are inventing problems to try and propose that they are the solution to. This is a conversation about trade. And I think it's just vitally important we keep it in that important and appropriate terms.
Harry Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a threat, but there's also an opportunity. So what measures is my right honourable friend taking to combat trade leakage and the diversion of goods produced in countries hit by high US tariffs that now may dump their products in the UK, undercutting our domestic producers? And what steps is he taking to encourage manufacturers based in those countries and indeed in the EU to relocate to the UK and export from here to the US to take advantage of our lower 10% tariff?
I'm grateful to him for raising what is one of, I think, the most important issues that we face, which is the impact of trade diversion, not just the relationship between the US and the UK, but what it means for goods that potentially would have gone to other countries coming to the UK market. That is something we have to be extremely vigilant about. He will know in terms of the tariffs that were already announced on steel and aluminium that we have those safeguards in place. We have our own quotas, we have our own 25% tariff to protect domestic production and make sure that isn't the case. And I can tell them we stand ready to use those powers for any sector of the economy that we need to use them for, or indeed to take further powers if that is deemed to be necessary. I do want businesses to be based in the United Kingdom to serve a whole range of markets from the United Kingdom. That's a pitch which is not just about the comparative position that we find ourselves in, but the kind of policies we put in place to ensure we've got that level of competitiveness that we need. That is something every country in the world world is engaged in, but I can assure him, not so much in relation to these announcements last night, but to the wider agenda of the government. That is our commitment.
Dr Ben Spencer.
Deputy Speaker, tariffs are a tax on import paid by domestic businesses. As he is reflecting through over the forthcoming weeks and consulting with businesses, would he reflect on the taxes that he has raised on our own domestic businesses and think about whether that is an appropriate response to what's happening?
We always reflect on decisions we've made as the UK government. I'll say to him again, I think we've probably had this exchange a few times. I'm always willing to hear from the Conservative Party how they plan to fund their own spending plans, but they certainly didn't have those in the spending plans that we inherited. If the Conservative Party is ready to make a decision on that, we would love to hear from them. But until they do, stop criticising us for fixing your mess.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope the Secretary of State agrees with me that protectionism isn't the way to protect consumers and businesses. Our own history teaches us that the Tory Corn Laws kept working people impoverished for generations in this country. I hope that our approach will be that we should have free and fair trade with other countries and not see rising prices for British people, American people, anywhere else in the world, and that we'll do our best to ensure that people's living standards rise by ensuring the fair, free flow of goods and services.
Okay, well, we talked about not reliving the arguments of Brexit. The honourable friends brought up the Corn Laws, and I think about time we had that one again, I think, here. But he will know, actually, go back to those arguments in the past around imperial preference and the stance the Labour Party took. It was always for free trade, and that was because that makes, in particular, food and other goods and services cheaper for the people that we represent, and that's always been our history, that's always been our commitment. And I think what we are announcing today and how we are seeking a way through these difficult and disappointing sets of announcements is entirely consistent with our own history on the Labour Party and our commitment to internationalism.
Neville Roberts.
Some commentators are fawning over a 10% tariff simply because our nearest neighbours have been hit worse. Let's get real here. The 25% tariff on steel and aluminium will hit Wales's biggest export to the US, machinery and transport equipment. And it's a fact that the EU is Wales's greatest trading partner, with Welsh exports valued at £11.2 billion. In the face of an American president and his obsession with international economic revenge, does the Minister recognise that it is economic common sense to accelerate scrapping trade barriers with Europe?
Question, and again, she can see no one in this government is fawning over the relative position we find ourselves in. That is why we are so determined to find a better way through that. She's right to say, particularly the announcement on iron, on steel and aluminium, particularly the potential for what are called derivative tariffs, so on a product that is not in itself the raw steel and aluminium product, but on the product that is produced from those, is a real danger to us, and that's why we're taking that so seriously. We have an ambitious commitment to the EU reset. We need a partner on the other side, and there's been some political relative instability in some key European partners, and they've got to be in a position to have that conversation. But I say again, this is not a choice between the US and the EU. We can tackle this together. We can improve our trading relationship with both partners, and with India, and with the Gulf, and with other parts of the world. And that is the commitment of this government to do so.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In January 2017, the then Conservative Foreign Secretary claimed that the UK would be first in line for a US trade deal. 2,722 days later, when the Conservatives left office, precisely nothing had been achieved. Incidentally, that's 37 times longer than the 73 days that President Trump has been in power for his second term. So does the Business Secretary agree with me that it's hard to take the party opposite's criticisms of our trade approach seriously, given their appalling record on their claims of being able to achieve trade deals? And can I urge him to continue the calm approach with which he is approaching this in the interests of businesses across the country, in Basingstoke, and take those decisions in the national interest?
Grateful to my honourable friend for his support and the words that he has said. That there was no real progress on a federal level with the US under the previous government. The former president did have a decision he wouldn't pursue trade deals, so there wasn't perhaps much they could do on that. But I do sometimes reflect that the Conservative government broke our relationship with our nearest and most important trading partner, which is the European Union. It then fell out with countries in the Gulf and couldn't do that deal. It couldn't do the deal with India. It wouldn't engage with China. For a global Britain policy, there's not much of the globe left if you find yourself in that position. So not really best practice for us to follow, but we welcome the support for our approach if it exists on the other side, and continue to say this is surely the right way forward for all of our constituents.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. Farming, textiles and whisky are all important parts of the economy in the Scottish borders, but also more broadly across Scotland, and will be affected by these tariffs. But there are also very real concerns in Scotland that products currently heading to the United States markets from other countries will be redirected and dumped into the UK market, which will impact the domestic market. So I wonder what action the Government is taking to address that, and will he undertake to engage with the National Farmers Union of Scotland, the Scottish Whisky Association and other representatives of industry in Scotland to ensure that this problem is tackled head on?
I absolutely agree with him. This is one of the principal issues that we have to address, whether it's farming, whether it's textiles, whether it's whisky. The impact of what is going on in the rest of the world in their relationship to the US has a direct impact, even though it's not the conversation that relates directly to the conversation about tariffs and our own trade deal with the US. So I can tell him I'm meeting the Chair and Chief Executive of the Trade Remedies Authority imminently. This is a crucial part of the work we have to get right. We do have, for some of the existing announcements, particularly steel and aluminium, things already in place, but we've got to make sure we're ready for other sectors of the economy too.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many of my constituents in North Warwickshire and Bedworth work at Jaguar Land Rover or in the motor manufacturing supply chain, and they are really concerned about 25% tariffs for exports to the US. Can the Secretary of State set out what steps he's taking to get these tariffs reduced and to support West Midlands businesses before I meet with Jaguar Land Rover later today? And does he agree with me that a calm and measured approach is exactly what is needed to get the best deal for British businesses?
Again, extremely grateful to my honourable friend for her question. JLR are an example of an incredible UK-based business in terms of their success in the US, but also in China and other parts of the world. We want to maintain that. We want to give them the platform they need for that success. And I can tell her I'm in personal, regular contact at the most senior levels with JLR. I'm delighted to hear she's meeting with them today to share some of these messages of reassurance. I know, like all businesses, they support, as we do, this calm, pragmatic, rational approach, seeking to find a better trade relationship with the US, to improve the relationship, not just to have and avoid the imposition of what was announced yesterday evening.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The previous government undertook secretive trade negotiations with the USA and included health in that. Could he assure the House that in any discussions of a bilateral nature with the USA, there will be no question of US private healthcare interests coming into Britain to undermine our National Health Service or indeed take over sections of our National Health Service?
Grateful for that question. That he knows I don't comment on the detail of talks, but I can tell him there have been no discussions in relation to the NHS or anything that would concern him in that regard. This is about goods and services and how we recognise each other's standards, but there's nothing relating to the health sector that I've been able to talk about with US counterparts. I hope he finds that a reassurance.
Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The automotive industry is incredibly important for workers in Milton Keynes, with many headquarters based there, such as Volkswagen. I realise that these tariffs are going to be incredibly difficult for the automotive sector, and it's good to hear what he said about looking for a pragmatic approach to the Z mandate. Can he also let us know what else he's going to be doing in order to support the automotive industry here in the UK?
Well, I thank him for his question and his support. He has some tremendous businesses based in his area. It's great having him here as a champion for them, particularly around the automotive sector. Look, it is about the regulatory environment, which we have discussed. It's about the funding that we make available for co-investment with the private sector, which is always a priority, £2 billion allocated for that in the budget. We've got to accelerate and improve our electric vehicle charging infrastructure. I think it's £300 million in the budget in relation to that. And look, the pressures on automotive across Europe are very, very fierce. I think that is widely recognised. Changes in consumer demand, much more competition from China coming in to the market around that. So we've got to make sure that we are serious about making sure the UK is the place to be a producer of automotive vehicles. My personal commitment to that is very, very strong, and I thank him for his question.
Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister, Secretary of State for his response so far and his statement on Northern Ireland. I trust that he will be continuing to engage with my colleagues in the Northern Ireland Executive in the days ahead. However, I have some real concerns that you have not been able to allay my fears around the inclusion or the possible inclusion of online safety within any possible US deal. Will the Secretary of State be able to reassure me and Molly Rose Foundation that no more young lives will be sacrificed in order to try and get a deal with the US?
Yeah. Well, I thank you for a question in reference to Northern Ireland. As I said, I updated the First Minister and Deputy First Minister yesterday. It is a particular situation that we need to remain very much aligned of and to, and making sure the system is working as it should, difficult as that will be. She knows I'm not going into the specific negotiations of any part of a deal, but I seriously say to any colleague, I believe their concerns are misplaced if they think this is what a negotiation is about. It's about goods and services and regulation, and that is what we're focused on delivering.
Sally Jameson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister has rightly said that this Labour government will always work in the national interest. So can the Secretary of State assure the House that it is in our national interest to protect the copyright of our creative industries and the £126 billion of economic power they bring to Great Britain?
Grateful for that question. The creative industries are not just a wonderful cultural asset to the UK, they're a tremendous economic asset as well. I don't necessarily agree with some of the commentary we see in places in the media that posits a sort of tension between being a creative powerhouse and the tech sector. I think there's a way through that, and that's what certainly my work in government is seeking to achieve. But I think we all recognise that the economic impact on the UK of our creative sector, the cultural soft power that comes from that, and the huge asset that it represents. That's always first and foremost in our thoughts.
Dr Neil Shastri-Hurst.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is estimated that 25,000 jobs directly linked to the automotive sector are at risk due to the reduced exports to the United States. That is a deep concern to many of my constituents who work at either JLR in Solihull or Aston Martin in Gaydon. With that in mind, can the Secretary of State set out what specific steps he's taking to protect those jobs and whether it will involve reforming the regulatory environment in which they operate in?
I've seen I think it references the IPPR report with that figure in, and of course, because the automotive sector is such a jewel in our crown, we were all aware of what would happen if we were not able to find a way through that. So our work to find that deal, to remove this threat of tariffs, is precisely in order to deliver that. I actually met with Aston Martin yesterday as an example of the work we're trying to do. He asks a specific question about that regulatory environment that we inherited. I can't preempt the publication of the consultation, but it has just finished. But I think he's aware of comments I've made publicly about the recognition of changing that to reflect different circumstances. He won't have to wait very long for the outcome to be published of that, and I can tell him myself, the Secretary of State for Transport, the Energy Secretary, Net Zero Secretary, are all aligned on making sure we get this regulatory environment correct for the future.
Liam Conlon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State and his colleagues for the practical and pragmatic approach they have taken to put us in the best possible position with the US. Does he agree with me that, as well as the US, political and economic cooperation with our European friends and neighbours is also essential and in our best interests?
It absolutely is, and as I say, there's no tension between those two things. It's a false choice if people try and present it in that way, and I'm particularly looking forward to some of the progress I hope we'll make in our relationship with the European Union. It's not looking to the past, it's looking to the future, and of course it's in both of our interests to do so.
Art.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The US is clearly seeking concessions from the UK, and it has been widely speculated that the UK government is considering a reduction in the digital services tax as a way of placating Trump and his ally Elon Musk. My honourable friend, the member for St Albans, asked the Secretary of State, but I didn't quite catch an answer in his response. So will the Secretary of State commit today not to cut the digital services tax, as it's the way the tech giants pay their fair share here in the UK?
Yeah. Well, she's heard me say repeatedly that I'm not going to go into the specific negotiations, but making sure any tech company, not just a US tech company, any tech company, pays a fair rate of taxation in the UK for the economic activity that they have in the UK is something all parts of the British government are committed to, and she doesn't need to be worried about that. I would just say, look, there's always going to be, in any discussion, a lot of issues that need to be dealt with. And in the main, those are trade issues. I understand there's all kinds of speculation. Speculation isn't always correct. And I would just ask all colleagues to bear that in mind. Understand we can't publicly, in negotiation like this, share every single aspect of it. But if she's worried about US companies or any tech companies paying the right rate of tax in the UK, I can tell that's something we're deeply committed to.
Oh my goodness. Well, Costa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree that now is the time for unity across the chamber in the national interest? And in contrast to the politicking we had earlier from the Conservative Shadow Minister, will he commit that this Labour government will always put country first, party second? Hear, hear.
Absolutely, country first, and I would hope all members of the House could get behind the approach that we are taking. It is genuinely in the national interest. It is the way forward. It is the way to deliver what all of our constituents want in these troubling times, a much better path towards the future.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the tone of concern that the Secretary of State has come here with today. I'm particularly concerned what this means for the UK defence industry. In particular, those companies such as BAE Systems in Fylde and across Lancashire that manufacture component parts for US-UK defence programmes such as the F-35. So as the Secretary of State, two things. Firstly, what conversations has he had with the Ministry of Defence to work with their counterparts in the US to address this from a national security perspective for both the US and UK? And also, can he give assurance that the order of fighter jets, 25 fighter jets that the RAF needs to place will not be used as a bargaining chip in any trade deal, and that British-built Typhoon jets will be used for the RAF?
Well, I thank him for his question. I myself have constituency interests very similar to his, and the close alignment between ourselves and the US on defence and security matters is an enduring and huge asset to both countries, and I absolutely share the sentiments that he has raised in the Chamber today. He asked about whether we can engage US counterparts in this conversation about a more constructive way forward. Yes, that is always part of our thinking. Actually, our trade bodies in the UK have excellent US links in the main, and they engage in similar activity around that. He raised a specific point. I've no detail I can give him, but I've no knowledge of anything like that being used as a bargaining chip. But if I need to give him additional information, I'm happy to write to him to provide that.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Bracknell is home to the UK and European headquarters of many US companies, as well as many UK businesses who do business in America. Can the Secretary of State assure businesses in Bracknell that it's the position of this government that barriers to trade are bad for growth on both sides of the Atlantic, and that he's working hard with a cool head to secure a trade deal?
Well, I thank him for that question. He's right, Bracknell is got some tremendous businesses, I think Honeywell and Dell and 3M, so he will have some particular constituency interests that he is seeking to promote and to defend. I would say the approach that we have mapped out, that I've mapped out in the Chamber today, is not just one that I've had tremendous support from UK businesses on, but actually from US businesses as well, particularly ones with a relationship, an economic relationship to the UK. And I think what people are seeking right now is some evidence that countries around the world are trying to deal with this difficult situation in the right way, in their own national interest, but in a way that gives us an opportunity to actually strengthen rather than weaken these important trading relationships.
Ellie Chance.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clear that the UK needs to show some backbone in standing up to the US President's bully boy tactics on trade. Now, the Secretary of State says that he's keen to negotiate a deal, but at what cost? What is he putting on the table? Can he assure the House today that in seeking a carve-out from President Trump's tariffs, he's not prepared to offer President Trump and his big tech billionaire buddies an opportunity to carve up the NHS, our environmental and food standards, or our sovereign right to make our own decisions on taxing digital giants?
Yes.
She will have heard the answers I've given to some of the questions that she raised and the unequivocal assurances I've been able to provide. She talks about backbone and strength. You know, strength and wisdom are not opposing values. Backbone comes from putting your own national interest first and negotiating on a basis that is in the interest of all of our constituents, not banding around rhetoric and escalating the situation. That, respectfully, is not the right way forward. The right way forward is to engage on national interest and to make sure we deliver and have the chance to find the right way through this.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me thank the Secretary of State and his team for the enormous amounts of hard work they've been putting in on this issue. And it feels apt to mention that I represent the town of Kirkcaldy, the birthplace of Adam Smith, who I'm sure would have had something to say about last night's events. I know my right honourable friend is keenly aware of the importance of the US market for Scottish exports, including but not limited to salmon and whisky, which I know he is very fond of. And I wonder what further reassurance he could offer to Scotland's leading export industries about the impact of these developments on trade with the US.
Well, tremendously grateful for her support and for her question. I think Adam Smith's probably the best historical reference we've had in the debate so far today in this statement. Look, she knows I've always aspired for my department to be one of the most pro-Scottish UK ministries because of the interests that we are there to defend and to promote. She will also know it's actually Tartan Week this week in the US. The Secretary of State for Scotland is in the US right now. I love the way, I really admire the way he has turned the Scottish Office into such an economically focused department, working with Scottish businesses, working very closely with me, and that's, I think, a tremendous initiative and one that we'll continue to promote.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trump's tariffs will make everyone poorer, and they're extremely disappointing. And isn't it noteworthy that members from Reform haven't bothered to turn up to share in our disappointment? Our automotive sector is already announcing closures and layoffs, including in Stellantis in Luton, which has provided great jobs for my constituents for many, many years. In his review of the regulatory environment in response to these tariffs, will the Secretary of State ensure that it will be easier, not harder, to create jobs in the UK in the future?
I thank him for that question. He's right to note some conspicuous absences from the Chamber today on such an important subject. Look, I think I couldn't make clearer. I care a great deal about not just the transition to new technologies in terms of the automotive sector, but make sure we make those vehicles in the UK. And we face some tremendous competitive pressures. He will know that from the stories his own constituents will tell him. So we've got to be alert to that. We've got to be willing to be adaptable to make sure we are a place where vehicles can be made, because we have some tremendous industries. We have some tremendous, if you chart our productivity, our efficiency of some of our plants on a global scale, we're at the top end. So we've got to get that policy and regulatory environment right, and I can give him a total assurance that is my personal objective.
Joanna Baxter.
Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and all the work that he has done so far in negotiating an economic partnership with the United States. I know he will appreciate that the lower levy applied to the UK will be of cold comfort to my constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, who will see their bills rise. Can he assure me that he will resist calls for knee-jerk reaction to this? Because escalation of a trade war won't help anybody, and the way you achieve a negotiated settlement is through constructive dialogue and a calm approach. I say that as somebody who spent 20-odd years as a negotiator prior to entering this House.
I've seen my old friend negotiate firsthand, and she's a formidable negotiator. I might see if she's available, actually, for some of the work we've got to do. But she's absolutely right to say this is about delivering for our constituents. They will be concerned. They've got to be when something of this magnitude has been announced. And no one in government, or I think on any part of the Chamber today, is relaxed about the relatively better position we find ourselves in, because it's still something we've got to find a way through. We do need to keep all options on the table. That is behind some of the announcements I've made in this statement today. But the approach that she is advocating and promoting is my approach, and I thank her for her support.
Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, can I first of all thank the Secretary of State. I watched him on TV this morning. Calm, collected and carefully chosen words, I have to say. While I have real concerns for Northern Ireland business, he understands that. The Honourable Member understands that. Indeed, my stomach's doing somersaults just worrying about the impact for Northern Ireland. My party leader's point of PMQ still stands. Northern Ireland remains exposed to potential EU retaliation, and local businesses must not become collateral damage. The government must take, I believe, urgent steps to protect Northern Ireland interests and to ensure that our place in the United Kingdom internal market is fully safeguarded. The Prime Minister very kindly yesterday, in his reply to the Right Honourable Member for East Belfast, committed to act in our national interests. So can the Secretary of State today, just for the record, in this House, on this statement, outline what steps will be taken to do just that? Thank you so much.
I thank him for his question and for his kind words. It has been quite a week so far, with still some time to go. But particularly in relation to Northern Ireland, I do think this is an issue not just for Northern Ireland members, but for all members of the House. We've got to be alert to the particular situation that would occur in the occurrence of a different retaliatory stance from ourselves and the EU. And that is something, that's why I briefed the First Minister and Deputy First Minister and my counterpart yesterday. Particularly, I think the Shadow Minister was right to say the issues around the duty reimbursement scheme are key in this area. When we talk about the formal steps that we have taken where businesses can now input directly to government about their concerns that they will have and what it will mean for them. We need to work together, particularly in relation to Northern Ireland, to make sure that specific voice, that specific question is a key part of how we look at this and respond. And I'd be willing to work with him, keen to work with him in that regard.
Ben Coleman.
Speaker. And may I echo the thanks both to my right honourable friend and also to the Prime Minister for the calm and effective way that they're dealing with the United States. Does he agree that, unlike some of the frivolous comments we've had from Conservative benches opposite, that the US 20% tariff on EU goods is to be deeply regretted, as it could indirectly affect those many UK businesses that supply components to EU manufacturers who export to the US, particularly in the automotive and the aerospace and the pharmaceutical sectors? So can you tell us what discussions he has had with European counterparts about the US decision and how he will represent our concerns to them in coming days if there's an escalation of tariffs?
Well, absolutely. He is absolutely right to say that our concerns have got to be not just in terms of what this means for our own relationship to the United States, but what it means for the second-order impacts on the UK from the trading relationship changing between the US and other key allies and markets. No discussion on trade or tariffs is complete without bringing up rules of origin, and of course the complexities of some of the supply chains, particularly in automotive, as he says, are key issues, because you have to make sure not only that you have preferential tariff access to markets, but your products that you make in your country qualify for those through those rules of origin. I can tell him we're closely engaged with all partners. He will know my colleague, the Cabinet Office Minister, deals with the EU reset, but we have a very close working relationship and will continue to do so, as well as having direct conversations with Commission counterparts.
Dean.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in answers to questions so far, the Secretary of State seems to dismiss the threat of US trade negotiations to the safety of our children. I'm sure he has seen the abandonment of content moderation on these platforms. I'm sure he's heard what Trump, JD Vance and Musk have said about free speech in our country. What they mean is the freedom of these US social media giants to keep our children addicted to their platforms, no matter how harmful that content is. Now, I know that he said he doesn't want to get into the specifics of the negotiations, but does that mean that the Online Safety Act is a part of the negotiations, or will he take the opportunity now to rule that part out?
Yeah. I'm just very, very clear with colleagues not to invent problems that don't exist. I'm aware of comments that have been made about freedom of speech in the UK. They've not been part of the trade negotiations. He asks me to recognise I can't share the details of negotiations and then share details of the negotiations. And he knows I'm not going to do that. That wouldn't be in our national interest to share them. But I would just say to colleagues, this is about goods and services in the main. And I think that is a really important thing to focus on. Let's not make this more difficult than it is.
Okay.
West Bromwich is a metal industry heartland. We are home to the Confederation of British Metal Forming and many brilliant exporting businesses that are in the automotive, steel and aluminium supply chain. This morning I spoke to the Chief Executive of William King, one of those brilliant local businesses, and she was clear that the government is right to remain calm and to work to achieve a deal. But while ministers are working towards that deal, can I ask what else we can do to support these businesses to continue to trade and invest with confidence?
Yeah. That is absolutely the right approach to take, and I welcome her support from her businesses in her constituency, as she has outlined. Of course, we're trying to find a way through this, but look, our domestic competitiveness, the situation we inherited after the election, it's not what it could be, it's not what it needs to be. Even I think Conservative members recognise the impact of some aspects of regulation, of energy prices, of the direction of travel. I mean, a lot of the foundation industries, the output last year, this year, is at levels that should concern us all. So we've got to get that right. That's why this government is committed to an industrial strategy. It's why we're committed to a trade strategy that works in partnership with that. The feedback we get from businesses is that this is exactly what they want, as well as, of course, endorsing this approach, as she has said. And I want West Bromwich, which is a powerhouse, to be an even bigger powerhouse in future, and that applies to many members' constituencies across this House.
Manuela Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The tariffs announced by Trump last night will be concerning for many businesses in the UK, not least British farmers, including in my constituency of Stratford-on-Avon. And we all recognise that Trump will use the imposition of tariffs to try to get concessions from countries around the world. Will the Business Secretary commit today and reassure the whole country that he will not agree to any deal with the US, which would lower food standards and undermine British farmers?
Well, she will have heard me say very clearly about our SPS regime and our commitment to that on this side of the House, which we included in our manifesto. I would also say that the UK is currently the biggest importer in Europe of US agriculture. So we shouldn't present this as something that we don't currently have, that the US is trying to open up. We have a strong relationship, a mutually beneficial relationship, and British agricultural products are themselves a premium product that has a tremendous reputation, whether it's in the US or in other parts of the world. And seeking to remove trade barriers on both sides, that whilst maintaining that SPS regime in the UK, and that's very important for our other trading relationships, is vitally important. But it could be a story, a positive story, of how we open up more markets to excellent US products, and that is fundamentally what good trade policy is about.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for coming here and his really calm head in a difficult situation. My constituency of Harlow is home to many businesses like Wright's Flowers, A1 Bacon, Harlow Group and Raytheon, who rely on international trade both directly and indirectly with the US. What reassurance can the Secretary of State give those businesses and their consumers? And does he think the work that Raytheon are doing to actually source UK parts for their defence system is going to be more and more vital in the years and months to come?
To him for his support and for mentioning some of the excellent local businesses in his area. In relation to the specific example that he gave, I think particularly the impact after the pandemic, after the war in Ukraine, of supply chains, how the private sector is working with government to look at some of those vulnerabilities, to look at where we can make sure we don't have strategic weaknesses. I think all of that work is vitally important. Our intention is to include that in the publication of the trade strategy, which is due fairly imminently, but this aspect of economic security is a vital and important area.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State can't have failed to notice the number of members from all sides of the House who have raised the issue of the food and drink industry, particularly in Scotland, much of it produced in my constituency. Now, I do admire in his statement his speaking softly and carrying a big stick approach as he prepares his plan B, as it were. But retaliatory action is not the only lever that he could pull, and I would encourage him, and perhaps he might want to comment, on whether in discussions with the Chancellor they might be prepared to offer some sort of mitigation to these industries in the autumn statement. Thank you.
Well, it's very skillfully done to raise issues that are more for the Chancellor than myself in the autumn statement. But look, I think the prominence of food and drink, because of our success in this area, because of what it means to every bit of the United Kingdom, because that is such a prominent part of our economic exports and our prosperity and our success, of course that features very heavily in all of our decisions, whether that's in trade, whether that's in business support, export support, or whether that's in the wider policy environment, the regulatory environment. So I can assure him that his constituents and his excellent and successful businesses in his area are always prominent in our thinking.
Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his hard work and for his calm and pragmatic approach. In my constituency of Aylesbury, there are almost 5,000 small and medium-sized businesses, several of which export to the US or have been seeking to do so. Can the Secretary of State set out what he's doing to protect our SMEs in his ongoing negotiations with the Trump administration?
And look, fundamentally, what I want to see is greater market access to the US for small and medium-sized businesses in every part of the UK. There are particular things that we could tackle as part of that, the regulatory system in the United States, the federal-state dichotomy, particularly for services, exports, and all of that, I think, is the prize on offer if we get this right. There's also a big part of trade policy, which is not just free trade agreements, even though they tend to get the most prominence, but how we come to agreement in terms of e-commerce, how we look at some functions of online marketplaces and transactions. All of that is a sort of very practical difference that you can make through good trade policy to small and medium-sized businesses, and that's going to be, again, a premium and important part of the trade policy we're about to publish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The pharmaceutical sector appears to have temporarily avoided tariffs for now, but that may well change. However, medical devices and diagnostics do not appear to have the same exemption. The UK is home to many medtech and diagnostic companies, and these tariffs will have an impact on them both here and abroad, and may well push up prices. So I wonder what conversations the Secretary of State is having with colleagues in DHSE about ensuring access to medtech and diagnostics in the face of increasing prices.
thankful for his question. He may be aware of the biopharma conference that was held in the UK yesterday with the top CEOs of many of the leading companies in this area, that was attended by myself, the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State for Health and the Secretary of State for Science and Innovation. So he's right to say, I think we will perhaps potentially see further announcements in this area. There are particular US issues that come to the differential in drug pricing, for instance, which has always been a very prominent part of trade negotiations. But the integration and the shared aspirations between people, the government like myself or the Health Secretary, where there is an absolute recognition of our need to be more forward-leaning, to use more innovation, to look at how we provide that and relative allocation of resources in our existing health system. That is something that we take very seriously, that we're looking at very much. There's a lot to do, it's a difficult situation, but we need more of the success that he's outlined.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to thank the Secretary of State for his urgent statement. The announcement of a 10% tariff on all products exported from the UK to the United States means that the Scots whisky industry, for the second time in just 5 years, could once again be impacted by tariffs in the industry's largest global market. This will be concerning news across communities where Scotch whisky is a major employer, including my constituency of Western Bartonshire. Scotch whisky is a quarter of all Scottish exports to the US, but it's not one-way traffic. For instance, the Scotch whisky industry imports up to $300 million of ex-bourbon casks every year, just for one example. Can I urge the Secretary of State to work with the US administration and ensure a mutually beneficial resolution can be agreed as soon as possible to support the Scotch whisky industry?
Well, I'm incredibly grateful to him for his questions and his accurate insight into some of the codependencies and relationships that exist between Scotch whisky and other key international sectors of the food and drink economy. I can tell him if he ever wants to come and see me in my office in the Old Admiralty and the Secretary of State's office, I keep a bottle of Lagavulin in there. Excellent. I think we can all agree on. You'd be welcome yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, at any time to come for that conversation. We've got to keep the numbers down, but perhaps we'll look at that if we come through with a deal. But it is an absolute premium. But of course, the Shadow Minister will be very, very welcome to come in. What an excellent meeting we've just set up there accidentally. But the kind of point that he makes, that because often in some markets there's an equivalence made between, for instance, say the tariff on bourbon from the US and Scotch whisky, and the comparison that is made, and those are often seen as competing products. But there is an interdependency there as well. It's a really important, fascinating point. The sherry barrels issue as well. I can also say to him that we are in regular contact with the Scotch Whisky Association. They're tremendously supportive as a resource to us, very closely engaged with government. So again, these issues which are so important to his constituency are always considered and prominent at the highest levels of government.
Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement and congratulate him on his choice of whisky. It's my favourite as well. So there's no winners in this situation, you know, particularly when you think of people waking up this morning in Vietnam, Cambodia, etc. It's absolutely dire situation. But nonetheless, I mean, I do have to acknowledge, I think the cool heads in the government mean that people in Edinburgh South West, their jobs have been saved, at least for now, as we start this process. But I don't doubt as we speak, businesses in my constituency and right across the UK are trying to figure out what this means for them. So I do think we have to really redouble our efforts in terms of our search for growth. So I really do welcome the pragmatic words given around the zero-emission vehicle mandate. Ultimately, I think without compromising our aims, we can work together with businesses and trade unions and get a better outcome. But I do wonder if the same approach can be taken elsewhere. You know, and what comes to mind is, of course, the AI regulations we've been discussing, I think were mentioned earlier. Very quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker, HSS advertising and also sustainable aviation fuel mandate as well. I think all these things we don't need to compromise, but we can work closer with industry to get the right outcome.
I very much warmly welcome his words and his endorsement and seconding of my whisky choice. Other excellent whiskies are available, I think we should say that. We have a lot of Scottish members present today and don't want to offend anyone as part of that. He is right to say businesses will need reassurance. I hope they will see that from the tone the government is striking today, but they'll need information. If members get out their phones and go on great.gov.uk, they'll see a link to a bespoke page where that information is being provided and that we have advertised around it. He makes a point I think is very important, which is where we can look at alleviating some of the domestic pressures, whether that's through regulation, whether that's through other areas. This is clearly the time to do so. I can tell him I've had those conversations with Cabinet colleagues. I think he is right to say it's not about perhaps changing policy, but just looking at the impact right now, how we can make a difference. I think that's a very wise observation to make.
Andrew Lewin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend my right honourable friend on the measured tone that he has taken to events in Washington, but want to reflect on the agency we do have here in London and with our allies in Brussels. Will the Secretary of State agree with me that now is the moment to seek the most ambitious trade deal we possibly can with the European Union, seeking deep alignment in goods and services? And furthermore, whilst the United States may want to make it harder to trade, does he agree with me UK-EU reset provides us an opportunity to break down the barriers to trade that the party opposite put up when they were in government? And if we get this right, the prize on offer from the UK-EU trading deal can be even greater than what's been lost overnight.
I warmly thank you for his question, his support for the approach that we are taking. I believe there is a competitive advantage to seek for the UK, where we're able to reach agreement with the US, we're able to do those trade deals, those negotiations we have with countries like India or customs unions like the GCC, and also get the EU reset right. It isn't about looking to the past, but look, a lot of smaller businesses did stop exporting entirely after Brexit. They probably almost certainly set up subsidiaries in the single market. That was not to our advantage. We saw a real decline in certain types of food and drink trade, even though we've got still the same broadly similar SPS regime in place. So we can work on these practical things, and that is our objective. I think there is a real gain to be had from that. We need a partner on the other side who sees the benefits as well, but I believe that does exist, and that is a crucial bit of focus for what we call the twin track approach to trade under this government.
Jonathan Davies.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and the work that he's doing as we face this challenge. I also welcome the government's commitment to increase defence spending. It's not just good for our national security, it's good for our economy too, and the sector employs many people in Derbyshire, including at Rolls-Royce. So as we seek a trade deal which will create the economic conditions for our public services to thrive and for our prices and bills to remain as low as possible, can I encourage the Secretary of State to remind the US of the importance of manufacturers such as Rolls-Royce and the defence sector, the strategic and economic partnerships that they offer us, so that we can work together more constructively with them.
Those are very wise words, and I'm grateful to him for putting them on the record today. Defence spending is crucial to our national security. The big change, the big uplift that we've seen is a key part of that. But he's right to say it'd be wrong for anyone in this country to think there's not a domestic economic dividend for that. And those jobs are spread all around the United Kingdom, including in places where they're really reliant upon them. So it's great news on the economic front for all parts of the UK, and Derbyshire and Rolls-Royce, a Rolls-Royce example of that. He talks about how we can get this right with our relationship to the US. Look, there are some great things we already have underway. If you think of the AUKUS agreement, where the US treats domestic UK suppliers as part of the domestic supply chain, there's equivalence there. If we think about, for instance, on steel, the role that Sheffield Forgemasters plays as a crucial part of the defence supply chain, again for the US. These are really important strengths to recognise, mutually beneficial strengths to recognise. And again, I think if you look at the facts and how our trade and interdependencies work, there's a great prize on offer to get this right.
Final question, David Pinto-Dudzinski.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A joy as ever. And I would like to thank my right honourable friend and the Prime Minister for their tireless efforts that have secured the best comparable position available to our country. There is, of course, deep disappointment that tariffs have been levied, but the fact they've been levied at the lowest band is a vindication of their strategy. And businesses that I have spoken to in Hendon and nationally have been unanimous in their support for the government's approach. Does he agree with me that the best way to stand up for Britain is through a cool, calm and collected and pragmatic approach, and that we must reject the knee-jerk response and calls for action on invented problems that some on the bench's opposite demand?
Extremely grateful to him for his question. He has absolutely articulated our approach, which is that we are not complacent, we're not happy, we are disappointed with any tariffs being imposed on the UK. We recognise the lowest band being applied to the UK, but it doesn't mean we won't redouble our efforts to secure the kind of agreement which offers a way through that. I'm grateful to hear the support from his constituents. That is what I hear in every part of the country. Genuinely, this is the approach that business wants us to take. It is calm. I'm not sure if it's cool, but it is calm, and it is, I hope, reassuring to businesses in his area. And where a lot of people are always offering advice, in this area are always at times offering to escalate a conflict to a point which they perhaps haven't got a plan to de-escalate from. This government's approach is always to be pursuing our national interest, to be working with partners, to be looking at the mutual reciprocal benefits we could get from doing this right. And I'm extremely grateful for the level of support across all parts of the House towards this policy. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
That is the end of a very lengthy statement on UK-US trade and tariffs. I'm now going to move on to the Select Committee statement. If the ministers on the front bench wish to leave or they're planning to stay, I'll... We now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Housing, Communities and Local Government Committee. Florence Eshalami will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of a statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should not be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister. Front benchers may take part in questioning, and I call Florence Eshalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today, the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee publishes our first report following our Children in Temporary Accommodation inquiry. I'd like to thank the Backbench Business Committee for kindly granting time for this statement and to thank the committee staff for their assistance producing this report. Madam Deputy Speaker, this morning over 164,000 children woke up without a permanent roof over their head. Their parents not able to sleep, worrying about making the long journey to work and school, about the state of their accommodation, and about when they will finally get a home of their own. And when the numbers of children in temporary accommodation rose by 15% in the last year alone, we know there will not be an overnight fix to this problem. That's why our first inquiry as a part of this Parliament focused on the stories of children in temporary accommodation, the impact that the increase in amount of time families are spending in what should be temporary accommodation is having on these children. Because how can we expect children to have the best start in life when they're living out of suitcases? How can we expect them to grow up without the basics of a private bathroom or kitchen? How can we expect them to be ready for school if it takes them hours to get there on a route that's always changing? Madam Deputy Speaker, when a family with children becomes homeless, their local authority has a duty to provide housing for them until they can settle in a more permanent home. This temporary housing could be private rented.
Alemania o desde otro lugar del mundo, pues ni siquiera habría un pequeño descuento. Sí, ahora queremos todavía mejorar, porque evidentemente queremos todavía una mejor condición para la industria automotriz y para el acero y el aluminio. En particular en acero y aluminio, lo sabe ya el secretario de Comercio Lutnick de Estados Unidos. Nosotros importamos más de Estados Unidos que lo que exportamos. Entonces no tiene mucho caso ponerle aranceles a la industria del acero y el aluminio. Entonces continúa el diálogo, las pláticas, esperando pues tener una mejor condición para estas dos industrias que son, digamos, que tienen una parte de excepción en lo que se logró el día de ayer. Sí. Y que la economía está fuerte, como lo hemos dicho. Sí, muchos indicadores. Hay una situación internacional que evidentemente pues, México no es exenta de toda esta situación internacional, de este nuevo orden comercial que ha fijado el presidente de los Estados Unidos. Pero estamos en condiciones preferenciales. ¿Sí?
¿Hay alguna solución para posibles inversiones chinas en México de automóviles?
Hasta ahora no hemos acordado ninguna inversión por parte de China en México en automotriz. Primero, antes de estar pensando más, pues tenemos que revisar el acuerdo y lograr un mejor acuerdo con los Estados Unidos. Pero hay buena relación con el gobierno de China, porque también hay que decirlo.
Presidenta, por último, preguntarle si en esta coyuntura con los Estados Unidos y con lo que representa pues, acelerar el Plan México, ¿estarían desde el gobierno federal contemplando presentar más reformas para apuntalar, por ejemplo, las metas de crecimiento del mercado interno?
Por ejemplo, ya se aprobó en la Cámara de Diputados la Ley de Adquisiciones. Ahí se establece un porcentaje de contenido nacional, que es parte de nuestro plan, del Plan México. Y otras que vamos a mencionar el día de hoy a las 12. Sí. Ahora te damos la palabra.
Gracias, Presidenta. Buenos días, secretario. Buenos días a los compañeros. Soy Marco Antonio Olvera del periódico digital Hidalgo News y del canal de YouTube México News. Tengo tres temas, dos relacionados a la economía. De lo que vivimos, bueno, pareciera que esto de los aranceles pues ha puesto nerviosos a la derecha y por supuesto a sus pregoneros que no reconocen la capacidad de su liderazgo en, por supuesto, sacar adelante al país con el tema de los aranceles. En ese sentido, pues hay que recordarles que pues no es la primera vez que Estados Unidos impone aranceles. En 1790, Alexander Hamilton pone el tema de los aranceles. En 1929, los senadores que llevaban, congresistas, perdón, que llevaban los apellidos Bob Hamlin, también ponen los aranceles durante la gran recesión del 29. En ese sentido, Presidenta, creo yo, no soy economista, pero con los aranceles que se les imponen al resto de los países con 20, 30, 10%, es una gran oportunidad para los empresarios mexicanos que, por ejemplo, la industria juguetera, que a lo mejor se le pone un 2 o un 3%, podrá tener la oportunidad de exportar y aún así pues competir sobre el mercado chino que ha invadido ese producto. Presidenta, ¿cuál es el mensaje que le da pues a estos traidores? Porque si pareciera que no vivieran en México, cuando aquí hacen negocios, cuando aquí mandan sus hijos a la escuela y por supuesto también tienen grandes canonjías en este país.
Ayer, no voy a decir nombres, ¿no? Pero había algunos muy enojados.
Sumamente enojados.
Porque lo que ellos quieren es que le vaya mal a México. O sea, apuestan a la derrota del modelo de la Cuarta Transformación. Apuestan. ¿Y cómo apuestan a eso?
A desinformar.
No solo eso. Queriendo que a México, o sea, ellos hubieran querido que para México hubiera habido más aranceles.
Si hoy tuviera una...
Entonces estaban enojadísimos de decir, bueno, ¿por qué no le pusieron aranceles a México?
Exacto.
porque querían demostrar que nosotros pues no tenemos la conducción del país o que estamos haciendo mal nuestro trabajo. En ese sentido, pues no les interesa México, les interesa regresar por sus fueros. Y eso pues primero no va a ocurrir, porque el pueblo de México es muy consciente. Pero segundo, más allá de lo que ellos digan, nosotros estamos trabajando todos los días por el bien del pueblo de México, por el bienestar del pueblo de México. Y lo dijimos varias veces aquí, lo hemos dicho. La integración económica con Estados Unidos es muy grande, porque así se ha construido a lo largo, por lo menos de los últimos 30 años, por lo menos, porque antes también había, aunque de una manera distinta. Entonces, para nosotros mantener el tratado, pues era algo muy importante, porque es mantener el empleo, el esquema de desarrollo que se ha planteado, muy distinto al del anterior periodo, porque primero, el tratado actual es más justo y segundo, a nosotros nos interesa que el pueblo de México cada vez viva mejor. Con el primer tratado, lo único que México ofrecía a Estados Unidos era la mano de obra barata. Y con ello hicieron que el salario mínimo no creciera. Nosotros lo que decimos es, los mexicanas y los mexicanos somos creativos, trabajadores, hay recursos naturales, hay ingenio, hay todo. Entonces, en México no hay dos, México es único. Entonces, no solamente es porque aquí, lamentablemente, los salarios son más bajos con respecto a Estados Unidos, porque por supuesto que quisiéramos, y lo vamos a hacer, cada vez mejores salarios para las y los trabajadores mexicanos. Pero es una relación comercial en donde sale ganando Canadá, Estados Unidos y México, o Estados Unidos y México en el caso de nuestros países. Entonces, por supuesto que nosotros planteamos siempre mantener el tratado. Y hasta ahora, en una situación que no parecía que iba a ser así, se reconoce al TEMEC. Es muy importante, muy importante. Y seguimos trabajando en la negociación para los otros sectores.
Presidenta, yo vuelvo a insistir, ayer fue un gran día para México, por supuesto, aunque algunos lo nieguen. En ese sentido, yo no sé si el secretario presente también, además de que se mantiene el Tratado de Libre Comercio, como lo han estipulado en múltiples ocasiones, se vio la posibilidad o hay la puerta abierta para la contratación de personal de que pudiera ir a trabajar a los Estados Unidos como en anteriores ocasiones, ya que pues actualmente esa nación pues carece de mano de obra. Y bueno, ya está ahí un congresista está poniendo a trabajar a unos niños porque no hay mano de obra.
Ayer lo mencionó el presidente Trump en su discurso.
Claro, ahí.
Habló de la migración legal, de los permisos de trabajo.
¿Y cómo va a trabajar su gobierno, presidenta? Porque
pues ya es otro tema que también tenemos. Recuerden que hay varias mesas de trabajo con el gobierno de Estados Unidos hasta ahora. Migración, seguridad y comercio. Entonces en las tres estamos trabajando.
Ayer con el tema del transísmico, el sábado pasado...
No sé si quieras comentar algo más sobre este tema.
No es una materia en la negociación todavía en la que estamos. Quizá en un futuro lo llegue a ser. Y pues hoy siguen vigentes muchas formas de visas y de trabajo en Estados Unidos, pero no ha sido una materia todavía. Probablemente lo sea en el futuro.
Ok, gracias, secretario. Presidenta, y con un segundo tema, el sábado pasado ingresaron por el canal transísmico de Pacífico al Golfo, pues cerca de 600 automóviles, que no voy a decir la marca para no promocionarlo. ¿Qué significa para su gobierno y si va a impulsar más ese proyecto que inició el presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador, y que otra vez la derecha y los medios dicen que no sirve, que es pues, que se tiró dinero a la basura y demás. ¿Cuál va a ser ese proyecto de promoción? Porque como decimos en mi rancho, gallina que pone un huevo y no lo cacaraquea es como si no lo haya puesto. Entonces, no sé si habrá una campaña para promocionar, si hay alguna conversación con los países que quieren pues pasar por el transísmico, ahora que bueno, hay una disputa del gobierno norteamericano con el de Panamá por a ver quién es el dueño del canal de Panamá.
Pero bueno, no, nosotros no, o sea, es adicional al canal de Panamá.
Claro.
Porque nosotros queremos que el canal de Panamá se quede con Panamá y en eso somos solidarios. El canal de Panamá está saturado.
Sí.
Entonces, el istmo de Tehuantepec pues, es la mejor vía para ir del Pacífico al Atlántico, del Atlántico al Pacífico. Y con todo y esta nueva situación arancelaria, va a seguir habiendo comercio mundial. De Asia a Europa, de Asia a Estados Unidos, viceversa. Entonces, el transísmico pues tiene muchísimo potencial. Y además, como ayer se mencionó, están los polos de bienestar, que es algo que también vamos a hablar en el programa que vamos a presentar, o el plan que estamos presentando hoy a las 12, que son estos polos de bienestar con la idea de inversiones centradas en ciertas regiones de nuestro país, para el desarrollo de parques industriales, otros esquemas de inversión. Entonces, sí tiene mucho potencial. ¿Qué le falta? Todavía el puerto de Salina Cruz, aunque ya está recibiendo particularmente vehículos y otros productos, todavía le falta desarrollarlo más. Ahí desde el presidente López Obrador se hizo una licitación y hay empresas privadas que van a instalar grúas, que ya están llegando, por cierto. Entonces, todavía falta un desarrollo público y privado de este puerto. Y eso le va a dar pues el potencial mayor. Y en su momento vamos a buscar que ese tren tenga más velocidad.
Y por último, Presidenta, el día de antier, en el Senado de la República, se pusieron el nombre del presidente Vicente Guerrero en los muros del Senado. Usted está en la reivindicación de los grupos indígenas. Bueno, como recordemos, Vicente Guerrero pues, fue el primer presidente afromexicano y que además también pues, le dio cabida a los esclavos de color y que se asentaran en Coahuila.
No, y además él abolió la esclavitud.
Exacto,
aunque Hidalgo
es el primer país.
Es el primero que habla de la abolición de la esclavitud, Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla, después del grito de independencia, que es lo interesante en México, que no solo es la independencia, sino también la justicia que han marcado todas las transformaciones. Quien realmente ya lo pone por escrito es Vicente Guerrero, la abolición de la esclavitud en México. Y es pues el presidente que tiene un periodo más largo ya, finalmente después de la independencia. Muy importante el periodo de Vicente Guerrero y lo que significó. Y en efecto, reconocido ya su ascendencia afromexicana.
Presidenta, y en ese sentido yo quisiera exhortarle que así como se conoce o se reconoce la labor de Juárez, debería reconocerse la labor de Vicente Guerrero en los libros de texto de la SED, ahora que haga pues, la nueva impresión, porque es justo reivindicar el gran papel de Vicente Guerrero de abolir la esclavitud, como usted también lo dice, pero también de pelear por una patria de la que hoy gozamos.
Sí, y es el de la heroica frase, la patria es primero.
Gracias, Presidenta.
A ver acá. Perdóname porque había prometido que aquí primero.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Gracias a la bravata de Ahora Noticias. Pues mucho se habla del tema de aranceles y los mexicanos y las mexicanas estaban a la expectativa de toda esta noticia, pero con todo respeto, habemos personas, como dicen en mi pueblo, de a pie, que no comprenden tanto los tecnicismos que aquí se hablan. Sí. Y felicito a todos mis compañeros y sobre todo a ustedes que han hecho una excelente labor. Sin embargo, me di la tarea de estar en varias comunidades y haciendo preguntas que sí sabían qué era esto de los aranceles. Entonces, derivado de las respuestas, que me las voy a omitir porque por ende son personas que dicen cosas que no saben, ¿verdad? Entonces, sugiero, solicito, pido de favor que a lo mejor en lo local se pudiera hacer como alguna manera de información para bajar a las comunidades y expresar, porque son buenas noticias para todo el país. Son muy buenas noticias, pero sobre todo de que México está muy bien representado. Muy bien representado, mis felicitaciones para el secretario que está aquí presente, de verdad. Nos tenían con la zozobra, como dice, desde que nos dijeron que iban a hacer esto de los aranceles. ¿Por qué? Porque no tan solo los que están en Estados Unidos van a sufrir esto, sí vamos a tener un acto reflejo de esto en nuestras economías en México. Pero también me tocó aquí en la Ciudad de México, en unas colonias fifís, quizás hasta entrar en un poquito de discusión porque no es justo que vayan ellos llevando la información de estos, como usted les llama, comentó Cata, porque llevan una información y sí me atreví, de verdad, no suelo ser así de discusiones, pero le dije, no se vale que el pueblo de México sea engañado. Tienen que decirle la realidad y mucha gente ahorita solamente se lleva con lo que se dice en el TikTok o en las redes sociales. Creo que habemos gentes más que estamos a favor de México, como no los que mencionaban hace un momento, que se alegraban el día de ayer de que seguramente íbamos a tener los aranceles al igual que todos los demás países y que, como bien decía mi compañero, que aquí comen, ¿no? Que aquí beben. Entonces yo sí le pediría, si tiene dentro de ese mismo plan México, poder hacer como una campaña de llevarle a todos los mexicanos, ahora sí que como dicen en mi pueblo, con manzanas, qué es lo que hemos ganado, qué es lo que estamos haciendo y sobre todo la seguridad que con estas negociaciones que ustedes llevan a cabo, que seguramente son de nivel porque si no los resultados no se estuvieran viendo ahorita, y abogo para que este tema siga adelante. No sé si usted pudiera adelantarnos algo al respecto.
Sí, qué bueno que lo preguntas porque ¿qué es un arancel? Es un impuesto. A ver, hay mercancías que vamos a poner el caso de México, hay mercancías que se producen en México, como un auto, como un electrodoméstico, como aguacate, o sea, desde producción agrícola hasta producción manufacturera, o sea, ya más elaborada, industrial. Esa producción, una parte se consume en México, pero hay una parte muy importante de esa producción que es para el mercado de los Estados Unidos, principalmente. ¿Por qué se dio así? Pues por los tratados comerciales que ha habido. Entonces, el aguacate en México, pues se produce una parte para el mercado nacional y otra parte muy importante para exportarlo a Estados Unidos, para enviarlo a Estados Unidos. Ese aguacate ahorita no paga ningún impuesto por cruzar la frontera y venderse en las tiendas comerciales de Estados Unidos. No paga ningún impuesto por venderse en Estados Unidos. Cero. ¿Qué son los aranceles? Quiere decir ese impuesto. Estados Unidos ahora va a cobrar impuestos a todo el mundo por recibir mercancía de otros lados, por importar. Si hubieran puesto arancel al aguacate, entonces en Estados Unidos tendrían que haber pasado la frontera, se produce aquí, pero les cobran un impuesto para venderlo en Estados Unidos. Si el impuesto, por ejemplo, de ahora de productos de Vietnam, por ejemplo, que tuvo un porcentaje muy alto, por ejemplo, la tienda Nike, la marca Nike, tiene, no sé, creo que 10 plantas en Vietnam. Entonces, todo eso que se producía en Vietnam se enviaba a los Estados Unidos sin ningún impuesto por cruzar la frontera. ahora ya va a tener un impuesto del 40%. ¿Qué quiere lograr? Eso es lo que él dice, el presidente Trump, con eso, que en vez de que se fabriquen en Vietnam, se fabriquen en Estados Unidos. Eso es lo que él está planteando. No necesariamente siempre es así, ¿verdad? Por distintas condiciones. Entonces, si a México le hubieran puesto aranceles en todo, pues hubiera sido más caro en Estados Unidos. Claro que el aguacate pues no se puede producir en Estados Unidos, ¿verdad? Pero hubiera sido más cara su venta en Estados Unidos y eso probablemente hubiera disminuido la cantidad de aguacate que se vende allá. Pero tiene razón, vamos a poner a los economistas a hablar con toda claridad para que se entienda lo importante que es que muchos productos mexicanos sigan sin aranceles.
Sí, claro que sí. Gracias, presidenta. Pues derivado también de esto, me lleva a preguntarle, muchos estábamos efectivamente con esta zozobra, como le dije, pero ahorita seguramente nos los va a decir al rato en lo de los avances del Plan México, pero para que estemos más en la misma tesitura, ¿qué programas tenemos que hacer o tienen contemplado para motivar al mexicano, a los mexicanos, para que realmente vayamos consumiendo lo que aquí se consume? Porque hoy lo estábamos sufriendo, pero esto nos lleva a tomar decisiones drásticas y hoy ustedes como gobierno están haciendo lo propio. El Plan México es extraordinario y seguramente con estas mejoras que hoy nos va a presentar aún más. Pero ¿cómo motivar al mexicano y a las mexicanas para que sigamos haciendo empresa, pero sobre todo para que consumamos lo hecho en México?
Sí. Primero, pues ya se lanzó la marca Hecho en México, o se relanzó porque existía hace años en nuestro país. Entonces, pues vamos a hacer ya inició la Secretaría de Economía, pero vamos a continuar con lo hecho en México. Nosotros queremos fortalecer nuestro mercado interno, que ya está muy fortalecido. ¿Qué quiere decir el mercado interno? Que se compre más en México y que se produzca más en México. ¿Cómo ayudan los programas de bienestar, por ejemplo, a eso? Pues si hoy todos los adultos mayores de nuestro país reciben 6,200 pesos bimestrales, que antes, quién sabe a qué se iban, esos 6,200 bimestrales, pues en general se ahorran todos, ¿verdad? Sino que se usan para comprar cosas. Entonces, al comprar, pues hay más mercado dentro de nuestro país. Y esa compra, pues hace que se produzca más y ayuda a la economía. ¿En qué ayuda que el salario mínimo sea mayor? Pues que se pueden comprar más cosas para el bienestar de la gente, porque no se trata del consumismo, sino del bienestar. Entonces, si el salario mínimo es mayor, el salario medio es mayor, pues entonces las familias pueden adquirir más productos. Si la mayoría de esos productos, que no se puede todo evidentemente, o una buena parte de esos productos son productos mexicanos, pues entonces va a haber más producción en México, más generación de empleo. Entonces, claro que somos un mercado abierto, particularmente el TEMEC, pero también con otros países. Pero el objetivo del Plan México es producir más en México. ¿Para qué? Para el bienestar de las y los mexicanos, que ese es finalmente el gran objetivo de la Cuarta Transformación, que el pueblo de México viva con bienestar y feliz.
Muchísimas gracias, presidenta. Por último, pertenezco al diario Ahora Noticias, estamos en Oaxaca, en Yucatán y en Ciudad de México, y hace unos días ambas fuimos víctimas de la inteligencia artificial. Entonces, de esos programas que están subiendo donde usted dice que puedan invertir en esto de Pemex.
Ah, sí, qué bueno que lo preguntas, porque luego me lo preguntan en las giras. Vamos a hacer una campaña, porque lo hemos dicho aquí en en el detector de mentiras, pero hace falta más. Es absolutamente falso que yo esté llamando a invertir en Pemex o en cualquier lugar. Falso. Y sí hay una pieza de inteligencia artificial que se ha difundido mucho, donde supuestamente yo llamo a que se invierte en Pemex a través de una cuenta. Es un fraude. Es absolutamente falso.
Sí, ayer me hizo favor el compañero de detector de mentiras de subirlo a Infomedia de que esto es totalmente mentira, ¿no? Pero pues también por nuestro medio, por parte de nuestro medio, pues nos caracterizamos por objetivos y lineales y pues no. Entonces le agradezco también el apoyo porque ya se desmintió y qué bueno que lo hace usted también aquí de extenso, porque lamentablemente sí han habido muchos mexicanos que han caído en ese fraude.
Sí, vamos a hacer una gran difusión de eso. Y
muchas gracias,
buscar quién lo está promoviendo. Sí.
Así es, muchas gracias.
A ver, allá atrás.
Gracias. Artur Pavón, de Chapucero y Efecto Colateral. Al parecer, en el mapa que presentó el secretario de Economía, daría la impresión de que sí, el presidente Trump está poniendo un orden a todo el mundo en cuestión financiera o económica y de comercio, pero según ese mapa, parecería que efectivamente sí se está protegiendo lo que es la parte de Norteamérica. ¿Nos podría profundizar un poquito más sobre eso? Porque da la impresión de que sí lo está haciendo.
Sí. ¿Quieres comentar? Sí.
Sí, con permiso, Presidenta. El mapa lo que hace es, ayer se anunciaron lo que se llama tarifas recíprocas, que esencialmente son orden comercial. Entonces, lo que tiene son diferentes porcentajes por cada país. En el caso de México y Canadá, o sea, el Tratado de Libre Comercio, lo que se establece es que, con excepción de industria automotriz, acero y aluminio, todo lo demás que coincide o cumple con las regulaciones del tratado, tiene cero. Entonces, Estados Unidos, también mencionado ya hace un momento, tiene tratados de libre comercio con muchos países. 20 países, son 14 tratados. El único tratado que tiene cero es el tratado México, Estados Unidos, Canadá. Entonces, se respetó eso. Y eso, debemos decirlo, eso es importante de lo que hubiera yo dicho. Habrías comentado, pues es imposible, ¿no? Entonces, con excepción de automotriz y del tema de acero y aluminio, que ya estaremos trabajando estas semanas, lo que se dice es lo que coincida, cumpla con las reglas del tratado, tiene cero. En el caso de la industria automotriz, 84% cumple al día de hoy. Por ejemplo, para tu unidad. Desgraciadamente nos están imponiendo el 25% y ahora vamos a entrar a la negociación. Ahí tenemos dos ventajas muy breves. La integración, tenemos muchas partes de Estados Unidos, componentes de Estados Unidos, y segundo, las ventajas logísticas que tiene México. Entonces va a ser más barato producir en México que en cualquier otra parte del mundo. Conclusión, el tratado sobrevive, el tratado tiene cero respecto a cualquier otro tratado de libre comercio y es una buena noticia, muy buena para México.
¿Es posible que entonces el presidente Trump sí haya hecho caso a lo que decía en su momento el presidente López Obrador y usted, que ha manejado, de fortalecer la zona de América del Norte en cuestión de economía? Como segunda pregunta es preguntar si va a haber o si lo hay ya una buena legislación sobre la certificación para todas las empresas que vayan a utilizar el sello de hecho en México, porque esto tiene que ser una garantía de calidad y de calidez, tanto en la gente que trabaja en las empresas como la calidad de los productos que se van a producir. Entonces, si nos pudiera platicar un poquito más de esa legislación, de que se tiene que cumplir con ciertas certificaciones para obtener la marca hecho en México.
Bueno, en realidad nos pidió la presidenta que fuera algo muy ágil y que no fuera complejo, porque entre más requisitos más difícil, pero tampoco puedes dejar de cuidar lo que es la marca de México. Entonces se piden algunos requerimientos. La Secretaría de Economía puedes ingresar a la página de la Secretaría, ¿qué te pedimos? Pues básicamente que estés fiscalmente y que estés cumpliendo las normas vigentes en México. Es muy sencillo el trámite, dura aproximadamente 2-3 días y muchísimas empresas nos han solicitado ya participar, como lo mencionó la presidenta, así como todas las cadenas de autoservicio y muchísimas de las empresas que exportan actualmente. Ese es un criterio. Si estás exportando, evidentemente tienes calidad y tienes aceptación en el exterior. Entonces, cada vez vamos a ver más productos. El hecho en México, el símbolo, y sí pedirle a los consumidores que lo tomen muy en cuenta, porque si tú tienes la opción de comprar un producto hecho en México, eso significa atrás empleos, familias y pues bienestar para México.
Y presentarlo principalmente en la etiqueta, no dejarlo como un texto legal hasta.
Entre más mejor, es lo que les he pedido también. El otro día le decía yo a Mario, pues ponlo afuera, que lo veamos luego, ¿no? Ahí en el refrigerador.
Sí.
Sí.
Muchas gracias. Y, Presidenta, ya en un tema un poco delicado sobre las negociaciones que se tienen de acuerdos con Estados Unidos. Usted mencionaba que va a haber una ley antiextorsión. Esta ley podría abarcar algunos aspectos un poquito más profundos. Por ejemplo, allá en Nuevo León, un diputado local de Morena, Jesús Elizondo, ha presentado de manera local una iniciativa de ley para proteger a los menores de la extorsión, del ciberacoso, de la extorsión. Él, lamentablemente, siendo menor, fue extorsionado de esa manera. Se publicó un video íntimo de él. Usted ha anunciado esta ley antiextorsión. ¿Podría abarcarse también, pues, que no se abuse así de los menores?
Bueno, está catalogado, aunque sea extorsión, está catalogado como delito de una manera distinta y ya está en el Código Penal, la mayoría de los estatales y en el federal, que tiene que ver con el uso privado o el uso público de fotografías o videos que son privados. Eso está ya catalogado como sanciones. Ahora, si eso se traduce en extorsión, entonces sí entraría en esta característica. Estamos trabajando sobre ello. El objetivo es proteger a la víctima con esta ley, permitir a través de distintos mecanismos, incluso vinculados con la UIF, por ejemplo, que permitan pues poder atender o cerrar las puertas del recurso que se obtiene a partir de la extorsión. Además, pues del propio delito que se denuncie y que se proteja a la víctima para que no tengan que regresar otra vez y ponga en riesgo incluso su vida a veces. Entonces se está trabajando sobre ello y ya muy pronto se va a presentar.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Bueno, a ver acá.
Presidenta, buenos días. Esteban Durán, Vanguardia, Veracruz. ¿Ya se tiene alguna estimación sobre los daños al empleo, a exportaciones y recaudación con estos aranceles de Trump? Me refiero a las exportaciones de los autos de México, a los cientos de productos que usan aluminio y acero y que en un 60% no tienen integración de contenido de Estados Unidos y Canadá.
Estamos trabajando antes de hacer, pues sí tenemos nuestros escenarios, pero el objetivo pues es tener mejores condiciones que las que hay ahora y creemos que es factible obtenerlo. Entonces, antes de anunciar, digamos, el impacto que tendrían, pues vamos a seguir trabajando con el gobierno de los Estados Unidos para obtener una mejor condición, de tal manera que no se pierda ningún empleo en nuestro país.
Bien, Presidenta, esta coyuntura, como decía la compañera, daría la oportunidad para, de cierta manera, fortalecer la industria mexicana, las empresas mexicanas y de esta manera impulsar más el desarrollo de México.
La inversión en México.
Así es. Sin embargo, también ha llegado el momento de que se diversifique el comercio de México hacia otras latitudes como pues Asia y Europa, Presidenta. ¿Sí tienen programado replantear esta estrategia en materia comercial?
Hay un tratado con Europa que ya está pues negociado, está pues pendiente la parte de la firma, etcétera, que lo vamos a mantener, obviamente. Y también, en efecto, diversificar a otros mercados. Pero mucho tiene que ver también con producir más en nuestro país. La balanza comercial se llama, o sea, si sumamos todos los dólares de todo lo que exportamos, es un número. Si sumamos todos los dólares de todo lo que importamos, es prácticamente el mismo número. Entonces, exportamos lo mismo que importamos. Una balanza comercial casi es. ¿Qué queremos nosotros? Importar menos, para que lo que consumimos en México, en la medida de lo posible, en ciertos sectores, se produzca en México. Incluso hay sectores que siempre tuvieron una participación muy importante, por ejemplo, la industria textil, que ha ido disminuyendo su participación. Pues lo que queremos es recuperar esa industria textil, donde hay muchísima experiencia en nuestro país, entre otros sectores.
Sí, Presidenta, gracias. Ya en un tema local, ahí en Veracruz, propiamente en la zona norte de este estado, en lo que es pues hay Poza Rica, Tuxpan y Papantla, hay empresas que le trabajaban a Pemex. Estas se encuentran detenidas desde el año pasado y pues no hay trabajo, hay despidos, hay recortes de salarios y los equipos pues están inactivos, se están deteriorando y las familias de esta zona pues están desesperadas. ¿Hay algún programa para poder reactivar esto y de esta manera pues ayudar a los cientos de familias?
Tuvimos que hacer un esquema especial para el pago a proveedores de Pemex, que ya está en proceso, ya hubo un pago muy importante y continúa, que había retrasos ahí y ya se está resolviendo. Y por otro lado, pues las nuevas inversiones de Pemex, del propio Pemex, que ya también se están reactivando todas.
Gracias. Finalmente, Presidenta, me voy ahora hacia el Estado de México, donde hace algunos meses alguien marchaba contra esta reforma judicial que usted tanto ha estado promoviendo. Y en este caso estoy hablando de Victorino Hernández Infante y Rocío Loaesa, quienes son actual secretario en un tribunal colegiado, ambos esposos, y el primero es sobrino del exconsejero de la Judicatura Federal y magistrado electoral federal cercano a la Lala de Norma Piña, acérrima enemiga de esta reforma judicial y de la 4T. Ahora en plena elección, pues ellos están participando, hay familiares con ellos ahí en el Poder Judicial y se trata de eliminar completamente el nepotismo, Presidenta. Sin embargo, con esas acciones parece ser que pues está como que reactivando esta situación, nada más se está transformando, sin embargo el nepotismo va a seguir ahí. ¿Qué es lo que va a plantear en ese sentido?
La votación que viene, a ver si no me sanciona el INE. Lo que va a haber el 1 de junio, retiro lo anterior, lo que va a haber el 1 de junio, eso va a sanear al Poder Judicial. Es la mejor manera, la menos riesgosa, la que va a permitir que quien sea elegido pues responda al voto popular y no a la relación personal con una u otra persona.
Sobre todo porque ellos apuestan que hay una fuerte relación con la actual presidenta de la Suprema Corte de Justicia. Esto ya no se va a permitir, obviamente.
Pero es constitucional, no es un asunto de si quiere la presidenta o no. Ya se reformó la Constitución y ya está en proceso la elección.
Bien, gracias, presidente.
Bueno, cerramos. Vamos con mujeres en la historia.
Presidenta, aquí está, perfecto. Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Podríamos decir que Alejandra Haidar Matalobos, además de ser la primera física mexicana, fue de alguna manera la pionera en la divulgación científica de México, muy relacionado con lo que hablábamos hace un momento de los tecnicismos. No solo convenció a muchas científicas y científicos de hacer divulgación, sino que asumió la desafiante tarea de enseñarles cómo hacerlo. Los guió para que sus escritos tuvieran un lenguaje claro, accesible y ameno que despertara el interés de los jóvenes en la ciencia, convencida de que era el camino para cada vez contar con más científicos en el país. Encabezó la coordinación editorial de los primeros 64 libros de la colección La Ciencia desde México en torno a muy diversas áreas: física, biología, matemáticas, medicina, entre otras. La colección continuó después de su fallecimiento en 1988 y más tarde, en 1997, cambió el nombre a La Ciencia para Todos, que alcanzó más de 250 títulos. Me gustaría recuperar un fragmento antes de conocer más sobre su vida. Alejandra pensaba: cualquier país que busque independencia tecnológica necesita aumentar el número de profesionales dedicados a la investigación científica y a la divulgación profesional de conocimiento científico para sembrar así el interés por la ciencia, orientando vocaciones entre los jóvenes para el estudio de la misma. Conozcamos la historia de la primera física mexicana. Qué excelente oportunidad para conocer su obra, sus alcances y sobre todo la inspiración en las físicas mexicanas.
Alejandra Haidar Matalobos fue la primera física mexicana. Nació el 22 de marzo de 1937 en Veracruz y más tarde migró con su familia a la Ciudad de México. A los 17 años y a pesar de la oposición de su padre, ingresó a la Facultad de Ciencias de la UNAM. En 1961 se graduó con una investigación de física nuclear experimental. Al recibir su diploma universitario, manifestó su inconformidad con que se le otorgara el título profesional de físico, en lugar de física, con A. Estuvo al frente de laboratorios experimentales en la Facultad de Ciencias, donde poco después se integró como profesora. Más adelante, pasó a ser investigadora del Instituto de Física. Alejandra Haidar se casó con el científico Edmundo de Alba, con quien viajó al extranjero para estancias de investigación, que ella aprovechó para conocer avances tecnológicos y científicos, que después impulsó en México. Logró conseguir el financiamiento para la construcción de un edificio entero, para albergar el acelerador de partículas Van de Graaff, un equipo esencial para estudiar las propiedades del átomo y realizar investigaciones interdisciplinarias, que la Universidad de Rice donó a la UNAM, considerado el más grande de América Latina. Además de hacer e impulsar la investigación, Alejandra Haidar inició un importante trabajo de divulgación científica. Creó con el Fondo de Cultura Económica la colección de libros La Ciencia desde México. Alejandra se dio a la tarea de convencer a un buen número de científicos mexicanos de escribir sobre los campos de su especialidad.
El hacer ciencia es una necesidad y un derecho, pero también es una responsabilidad que debe ser compartida entre el hombre de ciencia y el que no lo es.
Alejandra Haidar también trabajó para acercar a las niñas y